So it's been a while on this channel since I've done something like this with building one of these machine-like kits that you can buy off of Amazon or eBay or other places. And this one here is called the Marble Climber Marble Run LG504, made by a company called Rokr. And apparently they make a whole bunch of different types of laser cut machines that you can assemble and whatnot, and of course they sell them on Amazon there. This one here, of course, as I say, is a marble run kind of thing. I think they have a couple of other different ones that I can't quite think off the top of my head, but this one here is actually a Christmas gift from my older brother for Christmas of the year before last, so that would make it Christmas of 22. So this has been sitting in its plastic wrap, kind of not doing anything for a long time, and well, I decided I'm going to get around to it. And I kind of wanted to wait for this last event that I attended to be over with, and also you could probably tell that I'm also kind of getting over a little bit of a sickness that I've got right now, so this will give me something to do to kind of pass the time while I'm trying to feel better. So that's kind of what it looks like. This angle here probably makes it a little easier to see because I've got the two overhead lights aiming down right now, so it's probably creating quite a bit of glare on the box. If we read some of the stuff on the back side, it tells us our parts list with our steel balls, our shaft sleeves, the sandpaper, probably because to soften up edges and stuff of the pre-cut parts, because this again is laser cut, so it's all been cut already, just have to kind of separate it. A wax pill there, probably for lubricating the shafts. Screw nut and a handle, because this has got a mechanical kind of handle that you turn there, which kind of allows the marbles to work their way toward the top, and then they kind of work their way down. And then the steel shafts themselves. Now, of course, later on I tend to kind of automate this by replacing the mechanical handle with an electric motor instead, so that way it can kind of run continuously and you don't have to sit there and turn the handle. So it's got 233 pieces. The assembled size is this 255 by 229 by 204 millimeters. 4 out of 5 stars for level. Of course, we know it's made out of plywood, and it's definitely made in China based on the address and manufacturer. So let's go ahead and cut this plastic and get into the box. Now this is probably going to go like some of my other previous machine kit builds, where we build a small segment and then talk about that, and then build another segment and then talk about that, etc., etc. Because if we tried to do this all in real time, the video would be very long and cumbersome. So we're kind of just going to try to do it in bits. So let's see. So it comes out this way. So there's our laser cut plywood. In fact, there's all our sheets right there. And it looks like our little piece of sandpaper tucked up there. A couple of little bits, various gears, all the assembly parts there. Let's see. Rokr Marble Climber 3D Wooden Puzzle Mechanical Models. Assembly instructions. There's the coughing from the sickness. It's got a little bit of troubleshooting sections in it. So yeah, it shows where all the shafts and stuff go. Let's see what else is in here. There's our little wax pill, which again, as I say, is most likely used for lubricating the metal shafts, which I can kind of see are all over the place here. So there's some of the shafts. Got some sleeves, nuts. Let's see. I'm also checking if any of these shafts are bent in any way. Looks like they're straight. This one I can gleam. It looks okay. Let's see if this part comes off. That whole box is kind of discombobulated. There's all our little plastic sleeves the shafts go into. There's our marbles. Basically just pretty good sized ball bearings when you think about it. And that's probably a little sanding bar. And that's fits for the box. That's it. Alright, let's cut open these laser cut plywood sheets. Take a look at them. Let's see if I can just cut into a section here. Let's see what we got. So there's our little sandpaper sheet that I saw. So they do label what they are: G1, G2, G3, G4, G5, G6, and G7. So that should correspond to what they go to in the manual. So that's convenient. You don't have to guess. Let's see. Yep, and of course they're all labeled here, like the gear is F35. Let's see, how well do these pop out? Oh, that's not too bad. So they do come out relatively easy. Let's see. Another sheet there. And it's interesting that they always have these little test cuts right in the middle of it. Oh, and they even have laser cut tools. And even measurements on it too. Probably for tightening up the various nuts and stuff like that as it's being assembled. looks like some of the base mounts are here. The arms, again some gears. It looks like arms for mechanisms. Goes this way. Arms and mechanisms. Interesting. And let's see, this is the last laser cut sheet. And this is sheet A. Okay, so that's it for the laser cut sheets. So let's see what we need to start with. What parts first? Need this stuff in the box. So it looks like we use. Looks like we start with a lot of stuff from sheet B2. Well, from the B sheet. So yeah, we're assembling the base first and then working our way up, as you'd expect. So let's work on that part. So I've gone ahead and got B1 through B9 taken off the laser cut sheet here so far, along with A1. And part of the reason that you have the sandpaper, and I'm going to see if I can show it here at all, but on some of these, as you take them off, there's little wooden strands. That's what hold them in place, and sometimes they will come off with it. And so you'll take your sandpaper and kind of just sand those little strands off, but also you may have to sand the various slots and connections here if they don't go in or they're very tough to put in. So that's probably the reason for it. So you do have to watch out for the potential for any little wooden splinters to prick you as you're working with these. So basically we're just going to start putting B2 through B7 into the base there. So let's see. Let me find B2 here. I just had it a little while ago. There's B2, and you want this facing up, so we've got these little swirl markers here, and of course we got B1 up in the corner there, and a narrow slot here, wide slot here. We want these two in the back, so it goes in like that. So let me see if it pushes in. Okay, that goes there. And that goes there. And it's nice and flush. Now I know it doesn't call for it in the instructions, but if you want, you may want to have maybe a small little hammer or something like that if you need to hammer some of the pieces in. Again, as I say, you want a small, lightweight one. You don't want a heavy one banging on these because you're going to probably end up breaking the wood if you do that. So if you need to tap it in, just use a very small, lightweight style hammer to do that. Otherwise, these pieces should be able to relatively go in snugly and not have to resort to that. But it's an option if you have to. So that was B2, B3 goes next to it. Oops, dropped it on the floor. So that one goes in the same way here. Lined up. That pushes in. Of course, you can rock it a little bit, and that will what's in there. So that's B3. Let's see. B5 and B6 go between that, and then A1 goes between them. So let's see. Let's find B5 and B6. So there's B5 and B6. They go like that, and then there's the little slot for A1. Let's make sure which way A1 goes. So A1 has to go this way, the slot facing this direction. Push that in there. Okay, so that's A1 in one side. Let's see if we can get this into B6 on the other side and then get it all together onto that board. Okay, that slid in there easier, so that worked out. So there's B5 and B6 with A1, and then let's put these together in the board. Now again, I'm not surprised that some of the laser cut wood is not perfectly flat, but as we're assembling it, hopefully the tension of the pieces will help straighten it out. Okay, and then B4 goes next to that. On the next bit, so B4 goes here. And you see the text of all these pieces faces this way, so that's how you know you're keeping the orientation correct. Plus the slots here are differently sized, so there's only one way it can go in. And then B7 and B8. So B7 has to go like this. Let's see, that's a narrow slot there, so it looks like it hooks in through here and connects there. So this is B7. Alright, we got B7. And then B8. B8 goes this way. Okay. A little confusing, but B8 goes through the slot here on this end. So the slot goes there. I almost thought it was supposed to be up here according to the instructions, but actually it goes down here. So get it into the slot, push down, push down, and there we go. I see 7's popped up a little bit on that side. Yeah, I can see it's a little And that's how it goes in there, but it is a little on the crooked side. And as I say, I hope as it gets put together that this thing starts to straighten itself out a bit. But that's the top section here that we just finished assembling. So that's the top section. So then it continues down here with some of the C parts. So now I got to take some of the C parts out. And we got a couple more B's to go as well. So I'm going to go ahead and get those out from the C section of the board. Alright, so we got C1 through C5. And of course we still have our B9 part as well. So let's go ahead and, as I showed, work on this bottom section, assembling those cross members. So C1. C1 goes toward the bottom. So C1 goes here, across all these slots. So it goes in the slots here. And then into these sections ends. Down. And as I said earlier, this is where maybe having a small lightweight hammer to kind of help tap the parts in as you start getting them all together like this. As the friction kind of can make it a little hard sometimes if it becomes troublesome to push them in. Okay, and then C2 goes above that. Okay. And C2, of course, does not have little end pieces. It just goes into the slots. So goes into the top ones up here. Yeah, I would have to stop in there, wouldn't it? It would have to stop. Again, that one just goes into slots, so there is no ends there to push into. And it lines up with that slot, so we got something like there. And then C3 has an exclamation mark on it, so that means that particular alignment there we have to pay attention to. So let's see. And they're talking about this right here. Okay, so it goes, supposed to go right across there. Supposed to go. I think we got that one. Yeah, again, well, I guess we'll find out what the purpose of that little notch is. That's cut out in there later on. So now let's work on B24 and B25. Here's B24. That one goes through the slots here. So this goes like this. Kind of wiggle, get it started in that slot there. going? Okay, there it goes. As I say, that's what the sandpaper's for. Some of these might be a little on the stiff side. Trying to go down in there, so we get to wiggle it a little bit if we need to. And that gets that piece down in there like so. B9. You gotta pay attention to the arrows here. So B9 looks like it goes right here. And that would make sense because there's a little point right there for it to go into. Okay, and this one here, this is B25. It goes that way, so I know that one is right. Oops, gotta take it out. Take that out. Yeah, and this will probably happen to you as you're building it. As you see, we have broken the surface of this here. Let me see if I can get that in. Just at least start it on there. Okay, if I can start it on there, I could probably get away with it. There we go. Okay, that one's in. And that's it there. Okay. B9 in place. B25. That one is going to go through here and probably these two slots. So, as it progresses, it will take a little bit of finagling to get the parts in there. And again, you got to be a little careful doing it, because as you saw there, we can end up damaging some of these laser cut wood pieces trying to get them to fit in there. And then C4 and C5. So C4 goes across here. C4, got that one, and then C5 goes above it in these slots. Okay, well, that's what it should look like for that first whole page. So we got that first whole page together. That's what we got so far. So, step number 2, even though it seemed like we did quite a bit there already. So we got a little bit of B, and of course there's a bug flying around bugging me right now. So we got some B parts and some A parts that got to go together. So let's get that figured out. Let's get that. Okay, so we got B10 and B11 here out along with A3 and A2. And we can see from the instructions where they go. They go right in this section here, and you can see the two little holes in the side here where A3 is supposed to go. So these need to go in facing like this, and then they get locked in place with A2 and A3. So B10 needs to go, let's see, in this slot here. Wiggle that around a little bit and push it down. Nice and snug. And we need to get B11 right in there next to it. Wiggle around a little bit. Okay. Okay, got that down. And I could tell from the hole here that one of those shafts is going to go through right in there, and probably have one of those little bearing things in between it. So let's see, A2 goes on the top, and A3 will go below it. I'm actually going to try to put A3 in first, so we can get it locked. And this, of course, might be a little tricky now that we've got some parts here. Down into that slot, and let's see if we can get it into the base there without causing too much damage. Okay. Okay, that wasn't too bad. That wasn't too bad. A2. There's A2 just has no friction at all, just slides right in. So, oh, that's a little troublesome, I think. Or is it just because we're not pushing it in? Let's see if it's because we're not pushing it in. There we go. It's just because we weren't pushing it in. Okay, got that part. Let's see. So, step number 3. So we're going to need some parts from the D section. Part P, which I'm guessing that's probably one of the shafts. I have to look. So we need some A parts, B parts, and D parts. Let's get that sorted. So now we're going to work on the assembly of this here. And P13 actually is one of these little steel balls. But it actually continues on to the next page here, where we've got to use the tool along with P2, which is actually one of the 10mm shafts, and then P14, which are these little stickers that goes on the end there. And I was thinking you may need to have a little micrometer like this or a ruler, because although it specifies the length of these shafts, it doesn't actually have a scaled sheet anywhere in here about that you could compare the shaft length to know that that's what the length of the shaft is. So you might want to make sure you have a micrometer or something to measure the shaft lengths with, so you know which ones are which. Of course, 10mm is the shortest ones in the packet. So B14 and B15, and they got to go into D1. So this is D1. We want it to face this way. B14, and it's got an arrow. We want the arrow as it's got with its exclamation mark facing back. So they go into this slot. So it goes into a slot and pushes down. And B15, same thing with its arrow. This is that way. Get it slot down. So they all look the same. And then we have B27, D2, and D3. So here is B27. So it faces like that, so this stacks under it. As I figured, what may happen is these things may want to come together, so I can keep them kind of spaced inward like that. Okay. And then D2 below that. And they do have arrows, so they should all face the same direction. That, and then D3, and face the same direction. Rock it in there. And that gets that in there. And we still get a little bit of edge damage at times. And the ball bearing goes right in there. Does it just clip in there? Yeah, it just goes like that in there. Buggies. That's how they show it. And then A4 and A5. So the arrow goes like that. A4. Looks like it has to go this way. And it attaches to the front here. Something like that. So it'll get a little more refined once we get the rest of it assembled. So E16 is our tool. Oh, well, of course, the tool is what they have for measuring the length on there. So it actually does have a one-to-one thing in the book. So I take it back. They at least do have a reference in the book, so you don't have to have a micrometer or ruler, but it's still handy to have just in case sometimes if you should need it. Okay. And then we're going to put a shaft through there, and then we're going to put these little clear end stops over the end. So let's get the shaft in there. Of course, shaft is going to have a little bit of friction, unsurprisingly. through. And now I need to make sure I can get the shaft through the other one here. That's going to be a slight trick. Push this down to line it up. Okay, so I got the shaft in there, and I just need to push it and then straighten it. Okay, get that. Just need to make sure that this is about 90 degrees or so. Well, that just took the shaft out. I need to kind of tap the shaft a little bit through this one. You can just push it ever so slightly. That's about as good as it's gonna get for that, I guess. And nobody said they were perfect. Again, I want to try to get that shaft on this side just pushed a little bit. There. Push it that way. Push it back the other way. Let's see if I can just push it back the other way just a little bit. It's going to take a little jockeying around to get it just right here. I think that's just about where it's got to be. It's so hard to get here because you don't want the shaft sticking to the stickers that we're going to put in later. I think that'll work. And we'll just have to play with it as time goes on. Of course, this is actually something I should probably use the little knife for instead. My fingers. Get this centered up. Not entirely perfect, but I guess good enough. Let's see if we can get this other one off. That's because I got it. And the point of these sticker things is, again, just to keep the shaft from coming out of the ends here. I don't think we really need to worry about it doing. There's a little ball. I don't know if it's supposed to roll. It's fairly tight in there. We'll see. Alright, on to step number 4. And it's going to require some parts. Alright, we got a whole bunch of pieces because it looks like we're assembling at least 1 or 2 towers here using these long 150mm shafts. So, let me find D4, which we want it facing that direction. B12 and B13. So here's B13, B12. So facing this orientation, B12 and B13. Okay, goes this way in there. And these stack on top of each other, so B13, let's see, goes this way as well. White section there, and the other section there. And these kind of just stuff into there. Force, there we go. That, and then A6 goes into that section. So that little part faces this way, so we'll get that into here. Alright. And yeah, they talk about us using the wax pill on the shaft, which is going to go right there. So let's take one of these shafts. The wax pill, again, is for lubrication. I'm not going to do that exactly right at this moment. Let's get the shaft in this hole. So the shaft, of course, kind of just sits in there, kind of freely rotates freely. And the next step is this piece we just made earlier. So this has to be oriented that direction. Looks like the squares, I guess they go right down through there. I guess that's how we want it to go in there. Yeah, that would make sense because that's where that piece there goes. curious. Again, if this has been done right or not. It's been basically put together how they wanted it. Just a conundrum I guess we'll have to work with as it comes along. It's just not quite sitting flush on the bottom there because of the I think that part that's supposed to stay sticking out over the edge. Some, I hate to say that they are not the most clear directions. B16. Oh God, you gotta be kidding. I put it on backwards. That piece is supposed to be over here on the other side. It's supposed to be. So caught up in that I wasn't paying attention to the fact that it's supposed to be here, so that this piece is like this. I gotta slide this off. Pieces there, put the shaft back, because the shaft gets held in right there, so that's what I'm trying to do. Get this part here slid back to there, get that straight. We'll figure that part out still. B16. The shaft goes I need to get this pushed in like that first. Into 16. B17. Okay, so B17 just closes it off. All that one does. Okay. I hope it's all going right. And B18 goes in that top hole. B18. Okay, that's that one. And we take our second shaft and we put another B16 on there. Get this pushed in. So this will be the shaft that goes on the other tower. Let me just move that here. So this thing probably will be sliding on this along with the gear that we'll probably have on it. At one point we'll see how that works. So we got 17, 18. 16 comes over here. Okay, D5. That's our other tower piece. And it's got a little splinter end on it that I can feel that needs a little sanding. Let me take a little sandbar. Take care of that thing. So that part there, there, and there all have to push into this. This will be quite the trick. Get that part down there started. Get that part started. Started. Get B16 up here started. This is not going to be the easiest thing to do. They did say B16. B16 is ever slightly wide, wider than that space it's going into. Of course, it's very hard to get around the other tower here. There we go. That's getting started, and let's get this one started up here. Okay. Little bits of wood breaking in places. Okay, got that pushed in. Let's come back down here. Push this to that end. Push this in. Okay. managed to get that part in. Now we got B17. We got the other cap that's got to go onto there as well. Oops. It's just a piece. And for ages 14 and up, but it sure does take a lot of work with your hands to get these pieces in. I'm sure other people that assemble this are probably going to have the same frustrations that I am with getting these parts in place. Just need to do a little bit of a rocking motion kind of thing. May have to sand it a little bit. Unfortunately, get it to fit a little better. That's what the sandpaper's for. Just I end up losing a little bit of tension on the piece by having to sand it. Okay, there we go. That's got it. Okay. Got that. So now we flip it around so it faces like this. Wait a minute. And I'm going to just turn it around like that. Get it crazy. So, right there. So C6. It's this piece. And it goes like so on there. Faces this way. And they talk about using the wax pill in that as well. Yeah, there's some more broken pieces.
Good night, son.
Hmm.
You okay?
Yes, I'm fine.
Alright.
Not much of anything to watch on TV. Okay. Got that. That's that. There's the last piece right there. Oh, a catch. This one here I'm trying to get in. Boy. In there, but I almost need some pliers to push these together. Buggy. Bug's pestering me. Whew, it still is in. Boy, this thing is becoming something else. Man, it really works your fingers. Gotcha. I don't have to worry about that anymore. What else we got? C6, and then let's see, it faces this way. B19, 20, 21, and 22. 26. Here is B19, B20, B21, 22. So 19 goes down like this, connects into this section. Alright, 20 goes on the other side. Get those pushed in. '21 and 22. Okay, so 21 goes back here, and then 22 goes up there. And they're differently sized to make sure which one goes where. There's that one. I'll try to get this one right next to it. Trying to push it in though, but the problem is that it's so close to this other one here. It's so close to this. There. And then B26. I can accept from the bottom, facing this way. So it goes into the slots. Goes into the middle slots here. See, it's got to line up with those holes there. Looks like. Pushed up yet. Pushed up yet. I guess it's supposed to be at that angle, whatever. Okay. And B23 goes through these slots. Let's see that these are kind of crooked. So I fold back against it like that. Let's see, I guess they go like this, according to the way it is. Of course, that's the thing, they gotta go through one and through the other. Like that. That was a little easier than the other side. And then we stick it to the base. Looks like it goes. It goes there because of that end. I see that this has to slot in there on the side and then into there, so it's all gotta kind of come together. Oh boy. Oh, that's that's that section. 30 minutes on that section. Well, I guess we're gonna focus on this one now. So for step 5, it looks like we're just building basically a holder with one of the steel balls in it. So we got C7, C8, C9, and C10. So let's go ahead and take C9 here. We'll splinter on that end. Okay, it goes this on there. Okay, it's got one end of it. Let's put C10 on the other side. And C8, finish it off. Of course, this is where everything's got to come together. One side for the most part. Let's see if we can get this other side here. like we got them all sandwiched together. Do a nice little holder. Let's go ahead and get C11 placed into there. That and our ball. I think it's supposed to be able to go in and out of there, so that may require some refinement over time before I lose it here. Okay. That's about more like what I think it should be like. It's like that. And then step number 6, P1 is 2. So that is 2 of the little bushings, and then P3 is 1 of the shafts. Go ahead and open these things. Okay, got 2 of those out. And 15 length shaft. So I think should be this piece here. And it is. Okay. So now we are installing so I guess what we're doing is we're going to put the shaft in those pieces right through here. That's where it goes. I don't know why it chose to wait to this moment to put the shaft in when it could have been done earlier on. So now you see the holes on this are not stiff, so this actually goes through relatively easily. And then I just take this, press it onto the other side of the shaft. I think it's supposed to be like that. Okay, well, there's that part. Okay, spin it around. And then let's see, step 7. Let's get that coordinated. Alright, so now we're up to step 7. It looks like we got a truss and some other parts here being put together. So, let's get D17, which is this piece. A7, which is this. Facing like so. And G7. So which are these things here? Which are these? And it goes this. Always easier said than done. I'm pretty sure that piece is not supposed to be there. So, a square peg in a round hole. Interesting how that is. Interesting how that is. But I guess they can make it work. I guess they can make it work. Okay. Is it just that one G7? I guess it is. Of course, probably helps if I paid a little more attention to the directions, because this part goes in like that, and then it goes in to there. Like so. Okay. And two more. So we got two more in there. There's some more busted pieces of wood. I always have a little bit of knocked up wood pieces. That's how it is. So that locks that in place. Locks that in place. Okay. And it looks like we're going to have one go through this other section here. So it kind of gets locked in like that. And then here is E4. So E4 goes like that on that piece. Okay. Get it lined up with these other holes, and then it looks like we'll put the other two G7s through there. Okay, got that one. This one. Of course, it's keeping these pieces all together. Alright, that's good. That piece. course, now they tell you that you could use the wax pill a little bit in those sections to make it easier to press fit. Of course they do. Okay, let's see, that was step 7. So step 8, we get to work with some of the gearing. So, let's get those pieces out. Alright, so we got the gear and the axle that it wants us to assemble. So D6. Doesn't particularly matter which way it faces. That's D7. It goes in one side, like that, and then D8 goes on the other side. Like that. That gives us our plus looking shaft that slides into our gear. I said slides into our gear. Probably because that one is not quite straight. There. Push. Have it all the way. Well, there, and there's one of our gears. So step 9, we gotta build a couple more and then we assemble it onto this piece. So let's get the rest of those. Alright, let's get step number 9 worked out. So C13. This piece here. We want it like this. Okay. So we're going to take this piece here. It's going to go through this hole here. Now I can see what they mean about using the wax lubrication, because the wood on wood here is going to have some friction, but this will wear itself in over time. I won't have to worry about that too much afterwards once it wears itself in some. And C13. And then it goes through here. That's how it has it. And then A8. Which is this, slides over. Up, of course. And I don't think it goes past that point. I don't think it... And of course I knew something like that was going to happen. As you can see, we have sort of broken it. Unsurprisingly. that's as far as that piece will go. So I don't know if they really intend for it to slide any more than that. In fact, I wonder if it's supposed to be like this. Yeah, it is. There's supposed to be a gap like that there. Oh, that does make sense. D10 slides in the slot above it here. D10, D16, then D9, and D15. So that one. So D16 slides on to this. We have to line up the in there so it goes on straight. Of course, getting it started also helps. Getting it started also. Okay, got it. Let's see if we can kind of wiggle it on. Okay, it's got it all the way to the end there. Say, I'll work on all the lubrication when it gets to that point. And then we have this spacer piece, and then 15 goes on top of it. Of course, it's going on easy now because that one gear is keeping everything nicely aligned. We got that. That. Step 10. Let's get the parts for step 10. So step 10 looks like we're making another gear assembly here. So we need to take D18. This. So this is D19. So go back here. D20, go there. Okay, that gives us another axle shaft. Let's see. That will then go through this hole here. That goes through that one there. Then let's see. D13. So it's D11. D13. So that's to lock it in place. It's getting all a little convoluted here. Getting a little convoluted here. Again, there's just, you don't get a lot of working room with more parts getting put together. Ooh. Jeez. Now it's starting to slide. There. I think that's about as far as that goes. Say it really works your fingers. And then A8. So I got a smaller spacer. I have to get around the gear, of course. There. Okay. And D11, another spacer. Of course, the first one's always the most difficult to put on, and then all the ones after are nice and easy. And D12, and that gear's gonna mesh with 15 here, I think. Give or take. Yeah, that's what it looks like. Something along those lines, I think is what it's supposed to do. Again, it's a little too loose to try to make it all work, but it looks like that's the intention. Shift things around. And then step 11 and step 12. So let's get those parts. Alright, so now we're looking at steps 11 and 12. So we got D25 here. So that part goes like this. And we got 3 points there, so we need to put these through it. Make sure that these D24s go on there as well. So let me put one of these through here. Let's see, I believe those actually push through there. Yep, they do. This, those go through there like that. And it's a square peg into a round hole, so we can spin these where they line up. And put another one in of these in here, so we can get that one lined up. Let me actually see if I can pull that up a little bit first. It's a little easier said than done now. If I can get this other peg to go through. Okay, that one I can get to go through. See if I can get this one to go through now. Just say it really takes a toll on your hands. As if pushing through, I think. Alright, let's do there. Those parts in there, and then I could just stick the next one on top of it. There we go. Got that. Let's see if I can just ever slightly push that one down a little more. That. So now we flip it around. Paper lubrication. I can't worry too much about that right now. 12, C12, 14, 15. C12, 14, 15. It's probably because it's continued on the next page. Okay. Now this is going to get rather interesting. So we need D10 to get into that slot. This has to get into that slot. That has to get into that slot. Everything here to mesh properly. One D10 peg I gotta get started. Okay. Make sure that that part down there gets in there. Yeah, looks like it's got that. As I say, we'll work on that lubrication, getting it to kind of grind itself out. And I was afraid of that. This part here has separated. This part here is separated. The darn pegs have come out. Yeah, they would push them back in. Let's get to the next step. That one little thing from earlier is got the milk. Put that over here. So we got C12, 14, and 15. That there to hold it together. How's it going to work? So C12. So this. Okay, so C12 goes into the slots inside here. And C14 goes in the slot inside here. And then C15 goes across here, which I see it actually didn't have this part. A little bit of wood knocked out. I'll have to take care of that when I get to it. So C12. Let's see. So that part of C12 needs to go in there. This needs to go to the end without it falling apart here. There. So this piece here needs to go into this slot there. This one goes into this slot here. And of course that section into that slot and vice versa, so it's all got to get into the slots. It's all got to get. Looks like one is in there at least. One. Let's see if I can knock this piece of wood out here that's supposed to have come out. There. It's that piece out. So I'll take care of that right now. Let's see, C15, this piece here. And the notches go this way. All kinds of damage. I think we got that part securely in there. Okay. That part there's getting annoying until it gets secured. And I just get the piece to go right here, which is C14. So that one also has that part stick out. So let's just go through there. So right now this one back here is the only one that's got this right. It really needs to have something up here to keep this thing from flopping out so much. Because only these little pegs are the only things holding it. Right now. I guess now I gotta get in there with some fingers. Make sure that this gets pushed down. Okay, you got that one. And of course that piece came out. This is kind of becoming a pain in the butt with this part here. It's a real pain in the butt. Yeah, they say you can use glue if you need to, but I'm not quite ready to put glue on this just yet. As push came to shove. Alright, let's look at step 13, 14, 15, 16. These ones have all the arms, so let's figure those out. Alright, so we're going to look at steps 13 through 16, and this works with a lot of the arms. I don't want to really move it so we can see that one there for 13, 14, 15, 16. So, step 13, we need D27, D30. We have our 20mm shaft. I'm going to take our 20mm shaft and put two of these on one end. So you can push on. I'd have to Of course, that doesn't say that they're going to go through very easily, are they? There we go. It's pushing down. So that's one. I need to get a second one on there with it. Well, we can get this one down on there. Okay. Not too bad. Let's see if I can push both of these down some. A little more. Okay. I think we can move them around if we need to. So here's D27. Get some wood on there. Get that through there. Get one of these on the other side. Okay, it looks like it just goes to the stop. It looks like let me use this and push that. Okay, and this is the picture. As that go into the step, I will just push these like so. There, so that's how it has it in the picture. And then this one, we need to make sure that it goes through this section here. That's what it says. So this arm goes through that hole of D30. And then we take the other one of these and get it on there. And then bring that up to the edge. Bring that. Like so. So we have it like that. So that's 13, so 14. We need D26. Okay, so it's right here. And then we have our 15mm shaft. Grab that. So we put one of these on the end. Okay, let's get that. There's D26, put the shafts through there. And then, let's see. Okay, we take D30 from before, and that's going to go on this point up here. Oh wait, before I do that I need to put another one of these on. I need to put a spacer. Let's get that pushed all the way down. Alright, so we got that. Here's our D27 and D30 piece. That's gonna go on that part of the shaft, and then we put the other piece on there, and that completes this part. This part. Okay, got that part. Yeah. So step 15 uses D29, which is this funny piece right here. And that's gonna use another 15mm shaft. One of these has to go on the end. Alright. D26. So this goes through D26 here. And then we have this piece goes on it. That one needs to slide down. Okay. And then with D29, this end hip here has to go through that. this other piece goes on that. Get on there, push it on. Okay. So now we got a little something like this. And in step 16, we have D28 and D31. Bring them over. So there's D28 and D31. Let's see, and of course we got this piece from before. So D28. So we got our 20mm shaft, and one of these has to go through that. D28. There's that part of D28 there. And then that goes through this part of D29 from before. And we got another little sleeve. Goes on that. Okay, that goes like so on there. Maybe a little on the tight side. I can just ever slightly loosen that. There we go. And D31. So that part there goes through it. Hold on a sec. Okay, it's meshed like that. Okay. So yeah, this goes back through it. And a lot of parts coming together here. And let's see, D26. So it looks like then that D is going to come around like that. So it looks like that's going to be the next step, is connecting those. Yeah, D17 and 18. So that's going to be with getting some gears together. Alright, so now we're working with steps 17 and 18. So that's putting a gear on our mechanism, and then we're going to get it attached with a little tower piece here. So let me bring the arm over. And so here is our gear, F35, and there's the little hole where our shaft goes. So we have a 25mm shaft. Let's get one of these sleeves on it. It's pushed in. Goes through it like so. Well, not quite. We need one of these F34 bushings first. There it goes like that. And we have an F34 behind it. And then this A9. There's some slack. And let's see. Looks like for now it just goes through D28 and D27 here. Nothing is going through D30 and D31 just yet. So this will go through this part like that. And then we'll have our little sleeve that caps this off. Push that through just a little bit there. So as that gear turns, it will make that part move there. And then we need to get this into there, and it needs to mesh with the gearing in there. So that's going to be the next trick. This annoying piece right there. And it's going to go in there, so that's where our little shaft here is. So D21, D22, and D23. So face D21 this way, and D22 face this direction, so it goes that way. That's one side. D21, D23 I should say, then goes this way. Okay, that gives us our little cross shaft. So this is the trick. Now we have to lower it in there. As I say, only this arm part here doesn't look like it's got anything yet. Although I'm guessing there's probably going to be a shaft that goes through here, and that's where that part there's probably going to connect to. So we'll see in the future. So this part comes in here. Yeah, and I see it meshes with the gear in the slot right there. So, get that. Surprisingly, I don't see anything. Okay, yeah, they do. It's in the next step. It's in the next step. So why don't I see if I can put the shaft in first. Get that in there. Okay. Does it push in there any, or is that as far as that goes? I might have to push that out initially until it's in there, and then push it in. Yeah, that section there is just driving me nuts, that section. Okay, is that meshed? Okay, got that part. So let's get that gear secured. We need a C16 for 19. So we pull out C section. C19, C19. Oh, C16. C16. Should give us that. Alright, C16. We can get it notched here. Got it in there. Yeah, I got it in there. That's secured now. That's secured. Okay, got that. And now we're on to step 20, which is going to deal with that shaft. So let's get that figured out here. Alright, here we're working with step 20. And it's the shaft that I told you is going to go through that section there. Also through those parts of the arms. And we have a certain order that we need to make sure this stuff all goes together here. So let's take our 60mm shaft, get one of these sleeves on the end. Okay. And then the E7, which are these wide spacers, that starts with 1. Alright, this is where it's going to get interesting. So, we need 6 of these 33s to get put in. So 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. And then I need to put 2 of those thin A10s on there, which go between that arm. And there, another arm, and then another F33 after that. The E7 goes on the outside, and then the closing piece. Okay. Let's see if we can get this sorted here. Let me get the shaft in first. Get one of these 37s on. Let's see if I can get this to approximately where that needs to be. So position here. So we got 1. There's 2. 3. And of course the holes are not entirely cut in there. 3. 6. So we need to get number 4. There's number 5. push the axle through there. Okay. There's number 6 going in. This is where it's get a little tough. See if I can push that back a tad. It of course doesn't want to go back the other way. And get the 6th one in here. Okay. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. Okay, we gotta put a thin A10 on now. Thin A10. Okay, now we need to get that shaft of D30 on there. Okay, let's push that through some. Of course, there's so much initial friction. Okay, got that. Put another thin A10 on. Okay, now this other arm is to come up. I need to get that on there. That one gets up, comes up. Okay, that's in there. This piece down here still being a pain in the butt, of course. Push that through just a little bit more if I can. Okay. Another F33 piece. Of course, there's a lot of bending and flexing going on. Okay. Have that. Okay, now we get that through that hole there. Go ahead and push the rest of that through. Okay. Another E7 on. And then you can put a little machine gun on. There. Go ahead and I'll press that in some. There's always a little excess slack on these axle shafts. There. So now let's get that locked in place there. That's how that mechanism is supposed to work. Of course, actually it's supposed to turn this way, according to the directions, but it doesn't really want to turn that direction. It really prefers to turn this way, not the other way. I'm really getting annoyed by that piece not staying in. I may be forced to glue that if it doesn't have any reinforcement there. Alright, we got step 20. We got step 20. So for step 21, we are building the little crank handle that goes on right here. So we need E3. And of course we need the sleeve, the 2 nuts, the screw, some of these parts, and of course our little 2 tools here for tightening the nuts. So let's see. We need to get our screw that goes through the sleeve. We take one of the nuts, get it on there. And then let's get put through here. Let's get that a little further. And get the other nut on here. So this kind of acts as the handle to turn the crank. So I'm going to get this adjusted to where we got just enough thread on there. And give it a little more thread. Okay, that should be enough. And then this is where we take our tool. So we go through one nut there and our other one here. And we start tightening up. We don't really have to go super duper tight on it. It's just there to keep the screw from turning, and then you grab this and you go round and round and round and round. So let's see, we got E5. So these are spacers that gotta go on here. So we get this part on. Okay, it's E5. E6. E6. Get the crank. As I say, the crank is what's going to come off later, because that's what I'm going to put a little electric motor on with some kind of belt drive reduction or something to drive this in the future. So, but we're just going to set it up like this because that's how it comes in the kit. And A11 is our cap. It goes on there. So, and then there, that gives us our crank. Of course, as I say, it likes to go more in that direction than this other direction here. Because the gears, they just don't like that. It kind of prefers going like this. But I guess we'll ultimately see which direction it prefers, or which way it really needs to go. So that's step 21, and I think I'm actually going to stop here because I am running out of memory on the camera already, because we are coming up on close to 4 hours of working on this so far. So that's giving you an idea how long this is taking. Alright, resuming where we left off. So now we're at step 22. So we're doing a little more assembly with some more gears. So we need A12, which is this little tiny piece here. We'll make sure, based on our orientation, that this goes in like this. Yes. Push this piece in there. This is that one loose section on here. Okay. ever problematic. But this piece will eventually get put on to the base that we did earlier. That way it will finally get held. So eventually we'll get around to fixing that problem. In C17 and C18, I have a little hook piece here. So that goes in there, and it goes into this little piece right here. Bring this over. See, that is the way it goes, yes. That is the... Yeah, that's how it's supposed to be. Get in the hole, there we go. Got that. So we have that. Now we're looking at step 23. We have E14, one big gear, and A14, and A13, and 4 of these little pins. So we kind of assemble this gear. So we take this, let's see. Okay, so these basically go through the gear here. So push this in there. Okay, so they go pretty much just like that in there. We get them to go in straight. Give or take. Yeah. One went a little further, but it'll get pushed back and we'll put the other piece on. Alright, and then we basically put, let's see, A13 on, like so. So this goes over pegs. Like that. And this other piece gets sandwiched on the back side. So it all kind of gets sandwiched together, Yeah, so we got that part for step 23. Now step 24. Let's see, we need E2, so we got another gear. A15, or 20 millimeter rod. 2 of the little sleeves. Let's see, E10. Oh yeah, that piece is for that. So let's get this assembled. We slide that through E10 and then through E2. Looks like A15. Let's see, it looks like we got to keep a little bit sticking through the other side. So let's push this down some. And then let's see if we can push the other side down some as well. Even it out just a little bit. Of course, it's not quite going to be perfect trying to even this thing out. Oh, pretty close. So that's those sections. So now we got to do step 25, which is going to be putting some other big gears together. Alright, so we got step 25. So we got two C19 gears. And you want to make sure that these are lined up. Just like that. You don't want them offset like this, because that's not going to work. You want to make sure that they are perfectly lined up. Like that. Let's take our two A16 pieces. So first what we need to do is get the gears put together. So that's what these four G5 pieces are. Basically they just plug straight through the gear in the corners. So let's get one in there. Now, see if we can get one started somewhere. There. Of course, there's always that piece that breaks off. Of course, it's not in the camera frame, so that's not helping either. I think it'll straighten out once we get this other gear on. Hopefully it will straighten out. Get this sort of sandwich. As I suspected, we're going to have some troubles. We're going to have these faces. Some are just not going to want to mesh very well. I think we've got them pretty well meshed together. Alright, let's get our sleeve and our 20mm rod here. That's in. A16. Put these together. Slide it through the center. And then, yeah, it looks like we're going to have to extend the shaft out on both ends. So we'll have to adjust this after getting this piece on. To adjust this down. There, that's a pretty close approximation of that. So let's see. I got step 22 on there with that piece and this. We got 23 with this gear arrangement, 24 with this gear arrangement, and 25 with this gear arrangement. So let's see. Well, we need some more parts for 26 and 27 is when we can attach it. So let's go ahead and get those other parts. Okay. So with step 26. Putting the rest of it together there, and then with step 27 we'll be able to finally move it and get it onto the base. So we've got our E1 piece here, which we'll use in a moment. Here's E11, A17, we got our 30mm long shaft in our two pits. So we'll go ahead and get one of these on. Right, let's get that one on. So I need to flip this thing around. Like this. And that shaft will go okay, so this will end up going back here, like that. So we'll end up having this kind of sandwiched in there with the gears. So I actually need to move this down a little bit. Right. So our shaft goes through that hole there. And then let's see, E11 is this piece. That goes there. this gets kind of interesting. So this gear here is 13. So this goes onto that section. And then G. So this section here. So this one should go into that hole there and mesh with this gear once I get it teeth lined up. Okay. Yeah, that's kind of how it goes. I'm going to put this on its side. Of course, that darn piece is loose. Like, until we kind of get it all in there. And then that other gear, like this, will have to go in this slot here, which then is going to mesh with, oh god. Yeah, we need to get that sandwiched together. It's going to be like that, and we're going to then have to get this piece sandwiched in there. Kind of. Like so. Holding it temporarily. Oh, we need to put that A17 piece on there, darn it. Whole thing unraveling. That's not going to work that way. It's not going to be that lucky. I do wonder why they had that put there like that. Well, that's the way they wanted that piece. Alright, well, let's see if we can get this together in some way. And then get this thing on that bench so I can start dealing with this darn piece here. Getting it lined up in the holes. And I need to put this bushing on here. Use things are always easier said than done in a lot of applications. Okay. So now the part you see is we're going to try to get that installed onto the base, and that will finally keep a lot of this stuff secure. First, of course, trying to fix this part here again. Part meshed with the gear there. Okay, then see if I can slip in this one piece, and of course that gear's slipping out. Yeah, they just don't make this easy. Thing is trying to hold this gear assembly here together, and then getting this piece in there and keeping it all together. That's a real challenge here. Come on, work with me here. There you go. There you go. Come on. Okay. Alright, now comes the real trick. Because that lever mechanism that you see that goes like this, that little notch that slides actually needs to go in to this piece here, because that is what makes this go up and down. That part rides inside here. So we gotta get this whole assembly to go in there in one shot. This is going to be quite the trick. Is it ever going to be quite the trick? Is it ever? Okay. Go back to the guide for a quick second while I'm desperately trying to hold this thing together. Clips on the, okay, that's the back. Forward. There's a lot to it here. It's going to be quite the trick getting it all in there. gotta kind of slide in there. These parts go there. This part goes there. Oh, I gotta get it. I wonder if I can just adjust this so that it's the arm is somewhere else. The arm is, of course, it's not going to be that cooperative. This piece needs to slide. Kind of get it to sit in these recesses first. And I need to get this part here to get into these recesses so I don't have to keep fidgeting around with this section here. I can just get it down and then I can worry. Okay. Now it looks like the arm will actually go right into it if I just push it down into that section. It's just, boy, this is so difficult to get lined up and correct here. That's the reason for the cutout right there, is to make room for that gear. But now you can kind of see how the arm is going into the point there. So what I'm trying to do is keep all of this together so that we can get it all pushed down into these slots. There. I think we're getting there. Okay, getting that pushed down there. Getting everything is down as far as it's supposed to go here. Still have to put some glue on there to hold it. Just in that section. Alright, I think it's in there. Okay, but that part is not moving, so I need to get that in there somehow. Of course, there's always a hang-up. There's this part. It did not get into it. It did not get into it. I gotta see if I can somehow get that in there. How far I can push this back to get the pin in there. go, got it. Yeah. Of course, this thing is all bound up in different places. That thing binding up there. Now, of course, this gearing here is actually going to be for mechanisms over here. This whole lever action is actually just for this section here. So we're trying to decipher what on earth we've got binding up here. Oh, and I see. That's what the purpose of this here is, to kind of act as a gear lock. So you can't turn it the other way. Yeah, that's acting as a physical gear lock. Something here is just not wanting to turn. This is going to take a little troubleshooting. Okay, we have solved the problem. Our issue, if I can try to show it, is this pin right here. This one right here. See, it was sticking out just a little too far, and it was getting hung up in the channel cut out of the A-frame right here. And that's what was stopping it from moving. So yeah, it's one of the things to look out for is the clearances on the pins here that are sticking out, because chances are they might get hung up in something. But now it works smoothly like it should, and as you see, the mechanism there is going up and down like so. It deploys a marble when it gets up to here, and then down here it loads one, and so that's how it keeps the cycle going. And then this whole gear train over here looks like it's going to be used for operating some stuff over here. And of course, this little thing here is actually a lockout so that you can't run it backwards, because normally it's supposed to run like that, and you see it skips the teeth. However, the moment you try to run it backwards, it locks it. You'd have to hold this to run it backwards. So that's what that's for. It's just a lockout mechanism. So with that, I think I am going to stop it here, and I'm going to pick this up later. So here we are on day 2 building this Rokr marble run contraption, and I will say one of the first things I realized is this little component right here we actually forgot to install in the following step on it. I ended up just putting the pin in here without actually putting this little weighted component in here, and as far as I can tell, I believe it's actually just a little weighted gate so that marbles can't enter into the little elevator shaft here when the elevator is up, and then it automatically pushes it back down. So we've corrected for that little part, and I took care of that pretty quick. So anyway, we're going to continue with step number 28 here. So we're going to add some more components here with C20, 21, 22, and 23. we're going to take C20, and let's see, it goes right in, making sure where it goes here. Takes a little while of looking. So it goes. Where did they have it in here? There's a slot. Oh, this piece has to go down, slot it in there, and then into that. So that's good. It's gotta be able to see what I'm doing, so I gotta sneak my head around here at times. It goes into the slot there. Push in. So we got that, and we need to make sure we're pushed in down there. Pushed in. Okay. Alright, that's got 20 in place. Yeah, it shows it there. 21, 22, need to turn this around. So it faces this way. See, I guess 23 will end up on the next page. Yeah, still getting over this cold at the same time, building this here. Let's see. 21. This piece here. And it wants it to go. Let's see. Want it like this. Let me do the other one first, and we'll get back to it. 22. Okay, 22, they do want it that way. And yes, I know that's actually a ball loader, so it does go in this direction. It does go. Get the piece in there. If we can. Gives us that. It's not interfering with the gears at all. Again, that instruction part's just not entirely clear there. And the shape of this doesn't quite. I'm going to assume they want it this way. I'm going to assume they. That's all I can say is I assume they want it this way. So we'll put it in that way. We'll put it in that. If it's wrong, I guess we'll find out later. That's how it looks from the pictures. And then C23. C23 goes into that piece like this. Of course, I would have rather put this together first and then put that in there. Yeah, I got that section. So now we're going to move on to steps 29 and 30, 31 and all this. So it looks like we're building the actual fortress portion that goes over here. So step 29, we're starting to get some of these little fortress panels put together. And it looks like hopefully from here we're just focusing on building the structure up that those little steel balls run through on here. I think pretty much the first part here we were just working on a whole bunch of the mechanics, getting that all sorted out. So hopefully this should go together a little easier and a little quicker. So I need to start with C25, which is this part here. Let's see, you got the G6 pins. I believe they go into there. Like so. Let's get these need rotation. You really work your fingers on some of these bits. Okay, and then we take C24. So the shaft goes. Okay, I see. One through there. This is up like this. Put the shaft through it. Then we take another one of these, put it on there, and we gotta press it down. I'm trying to keep stuff in the camera frame here because the camera is in a certain place. I need to loosen that up a little bit. There we go. That's enough. And this part is through there. It's a little stiff. Here. Those are just little stopping points for it. We put the bushing or sleeve on the other side and press that down. Yeah, that's got it in place. Pull this up just a little bit to loosen that. Okay, there we go. We got that piece, and now we need to take the two components here, E8 and E9, and stick it between them. So this one, let's see, faces like that. So we need to make sure that it's angled downward. Slides in like that, and the other one slides in like so. There. So we got that part. And it'll get straightened out and all when we put it on its face. And now we're looking at step 30 here, so I guess I need to get parts together for that. Alright, so we got our parts together. So here's A18. Let's see, okay, the arrow is facing that way. So G1 needs to go through the bottom. Yeah, it looks like these go all the way through. So slide these in. And we kind of just push them through. That's got that piece. Alright, and then E15 and E16, which are these pieces. So this is E16. So this goes onto these pegs. Like that, and then this is E15, so this goes on the opposite pegs. I think I'm going to have to move this camera and reorient it. Like that. That's a little more visible in the frame. First we need to get it started on this one. So it goes in straight. There you go. There. And that's just where a marble is going to run through, it looks like. Got that. So A20 and A19. Here on the instructions, okay. So we want the arrows turned that way. So A20 is that way. Turn it over. It's A20 and A19. Like that. And then we take E12. See, faces this direction. And this plugs in, it looks like, to the bottom section right here. Give or take. So it should look something like that, I guess. And then it has to go on to this section. Let's see. It's like right onto there. And you know, I'm looking at the shaft for this here, and I'm wondering if that should be sticking up some instead of the other way. There's no way I see it. A marble has to travel under here from how this is going to be set up. And I think you can see, possibly, why I think that shaft is might be an issue in the future. So let's see, just put this on here. Everything kind of has to press fit in. I'm sure we're going to get a little bit of fractured wood in places. Like that, for instance. I think we got it in place. And now I need to get the other side of it on there. I really think though, before I fully secure it up, I really don't want this shaft sticking down so far. Right here. I can adjust it any. Of course, at this point, the assembly probably not going to be able to do much. No, I can't move it. I can't move it. Let's just see something out of here. Yeah, that's hitting it. That's hitting it. Yeah, it's getting by it, but it's touching it. It's touching it. So I've got to get that shaft to move up a little bit. Okay. See if I can move that up. So I can see if I can move this down in conjunction. I gotta take this piece out. Gotta get this piece out of here. Jesus. There. Got it. That's more like how I want it. That's more like. Now let's put this piece back in there. makes me feel better. And it's not getting in the way anymore. Alright, now let's see about getting E13 in place. Okay, they're going to go here. Why choose it like that? Anyway. So we gotta get that piece to go onto this and to sandwich the rest of this in here. That's gonna be a neat trick. That's gonna knocked 820 right off. Knocked 8. Oh Lord, that's because that piece is backwards in there. Jeez, it is supposed to go that way. It is. Yep. It's supposed to go in this way because of that damn slot. Damn, the instructions were not entirely clear about the orientation of this piece in there. Of course, now I wonder still about clearances. Just seems really convoluted on this. Yep, I'll have to fix that piece manually now. Alright, let's get this piece in there. Goodness me. Oh, I'm getting so sick of this. Already getting really sick of this. Because now these pieces, of course, don't match. Is there an actual difference to these? Doesn't really look like it. Looks like it's angled down now. The question is that going to line up? Looks like it will now. And of course it's going to fall out first. Let's see. That's a little more correct how it's supposed to be in there now. So we can, of course, get it in. Use some tools. Okay. I think we finally got that piece. What a job. Because a marble goes in here, this thing flicks it around so it comes out either this port or this port. You got another marble that comes in here, goes down the ramp and comes exit out that hole there. Just worried about any possible lip. Boy, what a job. Alright. Let's get steps 31 and 32 figured out here. Alright, we got steps 31 and 32 to take care of, so we're going to start with 821 here. We got our G1 pieces. Again, they go straight through, it looks like. We're just going to hold on some other pieces here. Press those into place. Right. And then F1, our piece here goes around in a curve. Get this on top. Okay. So that's got step 31 taken care of. So 32, we're using 822 here. Again, using two more of these G2 pieces. Right, and then see we have F2 that goes like this on there. Oh no. We're supposed to use G2s, not G1s. Not. Pull these out. The G2s are the longer pins. The G1s are the short pins. I can push these out. Push them out. Okay, get those off to the side. This one's not going to be easy to push out. Here, got it. Yeah, I was using the G1s. I need the G2s. These are a little bit longer. Those are the ones we need because these stack. Get this in here correctly. That's more like how they should look. Alright. Now we put F2 on there. Quite going flush. And then, let's see. This goes on top. Alright, there we got step 32 done. Now we got a whole bunch more steps over here, so let's get those parts together. Alright, so we're going to start with step 33, which has parts A23, A24, and A25. And basically they're little guide rails for the marbles that go on the side here, so that they get this oriented so they go over here. So it looks like A25 goes into there, but we need to get these little rails on here first. So A23 goes like this, and A24 see. So they would go like this. So this should go subsequently then like this there. I'm trying to push one on. I guess it's all the way down. I guess. And that one's all the way down. Now as far as it goes. It doesn't show there's any slots there, but that's apparently how that goes. And this part has to then slide into there. Like that. And then we attach parts we did previously. So K and J. So J here, this part goes above into these slots. Okay, got that. And there, K goes below it. K. Okay, we got that section, so let's move on to A34. So we need A26 here. A26, F4 and F5. So this piece and this piece. And we need a G1 and a G2. So here is one of our, I think that's one of ours, this leftover piece. Yeah. It's a G1 piece. I'll put that in. We had that left over from before, and then I need to get a G2. This one on the end here. Get that one in. Right. And we stick F4 on there. Okay, and then F5 will go right on top of this. Alright, so that completes that component. Step 35, we need A27. Okay, here's A27, flip it this way. You need two G1s. So here's one that I already have. Get some more G1s out here. Make sure I, of course, put them in the correct way. Alright. Got that. And then we need F6. It's this piece. Okay. That piece is together. That piece is together. Step 36. We need A28. Okay, here's A28. Facing that way. We also need A29. Let's see, just this piece here. And we need two G1s, so let me get some more G1s out here. Two G1s there. I'll go ahead and get these ones started first. Okay, that's got these. Go ahead and put F7 on there because that's the piece it's looking for. Alright, there's F7. And then, let's see, A25 goes on the edge here. Goes on the edge, like that. Alright, that's step 36. Step 37 is A30. Need that. Of course, we need some more G1 pieces. Need some more. Let's get some more G1s knocked out. Get some. So there's some G1s there. Let's see. Here's that way. Let's make sure that these go in this direction. Let's see, F8. It's this piece here, it goes around this way. Alright, that. And we have C26. Looks like it faces this direction, so it's got to go into a piece like this. There. Okay, that's step 37. Step 38, let's see here, that needs part A31, which is this. Okay, and we need some more G1s, get the G1s out. And piece F9. And there's part 38. So 39 is attaching them all. So it goes, let's see, they go over here. Alright, let's start from the bottom and work our way up. So here's P, it's the assembled piece. So that goes, okay, goes into the slot right here. Alright, so that's that one. Oh, let's see. Here's the O piece, which of course has got this. Okay, that goes over here. Okay, that's got that one. Let's see, N. It's this one, which also has a piece. And that looks like it goes right here. That might be a little tough to get in there. That one went in relatively easy. Alright. And we have M, which is this piece. That goes on this slot next to it. Okay. The construction's not the best, but I guess it will still work. And an L, which is the last piece, is above it, and that goes here. And I guess it's got to sort of get onto these. Guess that's how it is, I guess. Alright. LMNP. That's how it appears. So I guess we're moving on to step 40, 41, 42. Alright, let's do steps 40 and 41. So 40 we've got A32. Let's see, faces this direction, so we put some of these G1s again in the bottom. G1s again. F11. Okay, F12. This way. Alright, take the tower here. Let's see. Q, which is this piece, goes on to these two slots. Okay. I got that one. And the other piece goes further up. This goes. It's getting there. It's getting there. So now it looks like we're going to go through steps 43 through 47. Get some more parts assembled. Alright, let's begin with step 43. You need A34. Just this piece. Facing this direction. So we need some more G1s. 2, 4, 5, 7. Well, knock out 8 of these then. Give me plenty. This. F13 is the piece we need. It's just this one. It's just this one. Okay, that piece is done. Step 44, we need A35. Which goes like that. So we get 2 more of these. F10. It's here. Alright, we have that piece. So now step 45 is A36. So that's this piece here. So we need a single piece to go through. Like that in F14. So it goes like this on there. Okay. Alright, we got that part. Step 46, A37. Goes like that. It's gotta be facing that way. There we go. Push it in. And F15. Here. Come on. Let's get it straight. Go. Right. Alright. We got that piece. So now we need to do a little bit of assembly again. So, bring that piece there. So we need C27. gotta go like this and plug into here. Okay, it's got that piece. Alright, now we work our way down. So we need S. There's this one here. That goes into these slots right here. Right, it's got that. And U. Let's see. V, T, U. Here we are. U goes. Let's see. That goes into this slot here. Guess that's kind of what the instructions show. Oh, jeez, pushing some parts away here. I guess that's as far as it's going to go in right now. And T is the other piece right next to it. Okay. Now I got that one to fit in there. And then V goes down below, and that one goes to here. And that one went in nice and easy. Okay, let me see as a quick glance how this works. Well, if I can get a sphere in here. Okay, so it came out that one. Okay. So it looks like so far parts of it are working and not impeding anything. So now we need to build a little box, and we got our axle, which we're going to have to put one of these little sleeves on. And we need A38s and A39s. Two of these. So A38s and A39s. Basically, we gotta make a little box here with an axle that passes through it. And it looks like, I guess the box has to go here. And so that I'm guessing that's what it is, and it goes all the way through, and it's gonna stop there. And we put the bushing on the other side. Just there. That should be enough slack. That's how we got it. Oh, and now we can finally put it onto the base. So they want it goes into these slots here. So those are the slots we need to put it in, and it needs to go in this orientation. That was pretty effortless. There we got that part attached onto the base now. So we're going to continue with step 49. Alright, continuing with step 49, we have the A40 piece, which has a lot of the little spinny bits on it. Let's see. We're facing like this. Our two G1 pieces need to go through there. Get those on. Okay. And we need to set up 3 of these shafts here. Get him up. Get 3 of these started. There's one. Get another one here. That one. This one. Okay. And those all go through C24 here. We got 3 of them. Take this, put it through, and then we cap them with another one. Slide them down. Loosen it up just a little bit. Okay, that's loosened. And As soon as I can, we just loosen it a little bit. Alright, let's see. We got these parts. So they need to go through these holes here. There's one there. Okay. That seems pretty good. Okay, I think we got these pretty well set. Then we need C28, 29, F17, and G1. Alright. Let's see, F17 goes on those points there. Guess I should have tried putting this on first before I put these other pieces on. I'll do this on the edge of the table here. Can't get that part. And C28s and C29s. So figure out which ones are which. That's C29. It's a 31. It's a C28. Another C28. C29. And C29. Okay. So the 28s go on the outermost points. And the 29s go here. So 28 goes onto this part. that directs where the ball goes. Right, and then we have C30s, C31s, and C32. So C32 goes up here. Right. 30s go on the outside. And it looks like we got our piece together here. So marble will come down here, select the path to go through here, and then, of course, 3 different exits down here. So that looks like it's got step 49 taken care of. I don't quite put that on, I just did. So step 50, C33, 34, 35, 36. So I guess I need to get those parts out so we can put those on, and then we'll put this other piece on with it. Alrighty, so I got the parts out. It looks like we need to attach them to the base. So let's turn it this way. So C33. Okay, I see. C33 is going to hold a piece right here, which is C34. Which is this. It's going to go like that. And let's see. Okay, I see how it's going to go. So we need to put this through here first. Like so, and then it needs to go in like this over here. And in like that on there. Alright, and then we have C36 and C35. Splinter sticking out here. C36 faces this way, and it looks like it goes into this slot right here. Okay, and then C35 faces this way, and looks like it goes into this slot. Like that. Alright. So I got that piece, that piece, that piece. So it looks like now we got to put this on top of it. So let's see. Let's see if we can get it all lined up where it's supposed to be. Of course, getting them to all stay in there too is always a bit of a trick. As with most things on here, it's always a bit of a trick. Oh, and I see that little notch has also got to line up on the side here. So let's see if I can get that in first. Okay, so that's got that in first. Let's see if we can get these to go in. Take a little work, of course, Candy. Yeah, I think we got that piece there in. Get that one in. Need to get this one in here. Okay, I think we got that. It looks like a marble runs off here, drops into this, and gets kind of deflected in, and then it comes through there. So let me see if that's how this behaves. Let's see. Well, it's not quite gonna work. Let me just do it this way. Okay, it goes down that way. Okay. I guess we got that part. Alright, let's see what's next. I'm getting toward the end here, at least. We only have, let's see, maybe about 10 more steps, and then we should be home free. Let's start figuring out the parts for 52, 53, 54, and so on. Get those consolidated. Alright, let's look at step 52. So we need A41, which is this piece here. We also have C38 and C37. And they kind of go together. So it faces like that. This faces like this, so this kind of goes sandwiched like that. And then let's see, on our base here, that goes right here. Okay, that's pretty firmly in place, that's right. So with that hanging up on there. I wonder if that's going to be an issue later. If that's gonna... A41. Let's see. That goes. A little difficult to decipher. Okay, that looks like it goes this direction. And looks like it goes on our little ends right here to line these up. Get that in there and get this one in there. Okay, I think we got those guys. Alright, now step 53 and step 54. So we need A42. Faces this way. And we need a single G1 and two of the G2s. Alright, check out another one. So G1 is this end. G2s go on these other ends. F20, this little piece here. So we kind of use this little stub. Yeah. Kind of like so. Then we have the two F21s stacked on top of each other. Splinter here. That's A42. Of course I didn't put them in right. Somehow got that backwards. Somehow put that in backwards. It's like this. Double checking. It's like, those pieces don't seem to line up the way they're supposed to. And well, that's probably a good reason why they didn't. Yes, that looks a little better. That looks more like how it's supposed to line up. And now, the stacked F21s look more like how they're supposed to. Alright, we got that piece. Now, step 54 is A43. Let's see. Check which way it faces. One. So, oh yeah, the notch is this way. Okay. We got two G1s. So, just like that and that one. Okay. And F16. So, at this orientation. Alright, got that. And then C39 and C40. And we almost need a little sandpaper to get some of these edges off. Here's the bottom one here goes on. That's on there. let's see, 40. The other one goes on there. Like that. Alright, got those two pieces. Now let's move on to 55, 56, and 57. Alright, so we got step 55 there, so we need A44. Make sure the orientation here. So we got the piece, okay, facing like this. So we need to put our little G1s through there. And there's actually 4 of them. As well. Okay, there we go. And then F22 and F23 get stacked on top. F22 goes like this on there. Okay, got that piece. So let's see, 56. That's where we take these 3 pieces. And we start assembling. So let's see where we need to put these. So Y is this little piece here. It's like this. That goes right here. This is what deposits the ball into our little chute. Just being a little finicky to get in there. And again, I do wonder about this piece here. Now that's probably why it was catching, because this was not correct. Now it is. A little work to press on. I think for the most part we've got it on there. And then let's see. So part Z. Which one's classified as part Z? This section. So we need to get that. So it goes from that part there to this part here. So we need to get it onto that little piece. Right in there. Got it in there. One. Now we gotta kind of that piece. And then X goes on the section further up. So we gotta get it in that section there. And then, let's see. Okay, yeah, we gotta get it in that little corner there. There, got it. Okay. So either a ball goes down here through this and into that chamber. Okay. And then step 57 here, we have a 45. Push this out of the way for the time being. Checking orientation of this. Okay, flat is this way. G1s have to go up through the bottom. F18 and F19. F18 goes on this one. F19 goes on this one. So it looks like that. So let's get the next one. We're getting close. All right. Let's focus on these. We're on the home stretch. So 58. We need a 46. So we got this piece. And oriented this way. Oriented like this. Okay. So we need to get the G1s all through the bottom there. G1. And I think based on my camera memory, I think I may just luck out and finish this without having to offload everything on the camera again. Again, it's being such a long build process here. Okay. Those in. Alright, and then we have F25, 24, 26. Here's 26. Let's see. Here is 25. And then 24 is this piece here. So 24 goes in this little corner. And there's 24. 25 goes over here. Put that in. And 26 goes this way. There. Alright, got that piece together. Step 59, need A47. Choose this piece. Check orientation, okay. Like that. Let's put our pieces through. Here's F27. Here's over in this section. Here's F27, F28. As good as that one is. Okay, we got that piece. And 60. Let's start putting them on the base. Get in here. So, one in here. Take one. And then one goes on this point here. So let me see. Figure out where the large number 2 piece goes. Okay, I see. So one should go onto this piece right on there. Just push it down onto it. Let me actually take this out. It'd be a little easier to push it on that way. Okay. Got that, and push it back into here. Okay. Piece number 2 has to come like that onto it. See if I can attach it here first. Attach it there, get it around here. Getting very complicated now. There's a lot of pressure. Okay, got it pressed into that. Got it there. And that brings a ball into the wheel there, which is then going to go over top. And then this piece here we need to connect for number 3. Oh, it's got to go this way on there. Got it. Goes like that. So a ball comes up off of there, rolls down in there into here, and the wheel kind of ticks it around and brings it into the loop over here. Okay. And now we got set 61 to do. That's A48. That's this piece here. Not sure of the orientation that it needs to be in. Let's see. Okay. That, okay. It's got a face like this. Double check to make sure which way this has to face before we start putting the pins and everything in. Okay, we need F30, 31, and 32. Here's 32, 30, and 31. Now I know F32 I broke a little bit, but that will still be held in place effectively on here. So we will put, let's see, F32 here. Okay. There's F31. It's right here on the edge. Got that piece there. And here's F30. Okay, we got that piece. Step 62, we need piece A49. And then two of the pieces, so orients like this. So I need to get our G1 pieces through there. Okay, we're doing good. And then we have two F29 pieces. Let's go on like this. That. This. Okay, we got that piece. And then 63. Basically just attaching those. And then we should be home free. Right. And those pieces, looks like they connect up here. So let's check which way they have to go. So 4. 4 is this way. And 5 goes like that along with it. More or less. So, it goes like that. So 5 would go on, let's see. Let's try to get this one in place first. So we gotta get it onto this section here. Oh, it's all gonna come apart, of course. part there. That's boy, this thing is just challenging my hands so much here. Okay, let's push that one in. Again, we got that one in. This one, again, really wants to keep slipping out here. Now I gotta get this from the wheel to line up. Okay, we got it into that one there. Of course, we kind of broke it a little bit, unsurprisingly. Process. Okay, of course, now that one will go in just fine. Okay, and then, well, just take that piece off. So it's gonna probably not hurt much when this piece goes on anyway. Piece number 5. So we got a wedge in there, and then that's the final piece of this puzzle. And I think we pretty much got the last piece. I don't know if it's firmly in there though. That's the problem, is trying to get it firmly onto that piece. I think it's about as strong as it's gonna get. Whew, okay. And that supposedly should be the machine. So I guess what we need to do now is maybe bring the camera down and reorient this a little bit. And maybe load it up with some of these marbles. Let's see if we can get anything to happen. So this is kind of the reservoir. So see, that's going to be a problem, because this needs to be such a way that it's not going to hinder that. Oops, and I shouldn't have done that. Of course, that's what that little thing there is for anyway. Because that's to keep the marbles from going into the chute until it comes down. Maybe the weight of these will just take care of that issue. So let's start turning the crank. to there. But our problem is this chute is not quite loading them when we need them to. Yeah, so we've got the idea, but okay, pushing with my finger at the moment. Well, there you go. There's the marble run. I think I'll do a little longer video separately, or an extension on here, but that's pretty much it. What a job.